All right, then, as we do a little bit of a recap, um, unfortunately, the previous session was a holodeck adventure, but the session before that will be the continuation of tonight's session. As the crew of D Space 17 was working forward on trying to squash a piracy problem that has been developing in the area. You narrowed it down to a merchant vessel called the Ishar, commanded by a captain who you never got his name on, but in doing so, the Klingons have taken notice and have been rather playing coy with the crew of the station, and has marked all members of that merchant vessel terrorist. Well, sorry, not terrorist. For treason against the Klingon Empire, and proceeded to fire upon the vessel as the vessel attempted to make its escape. Guys managed to rescue, I believe it was 12 survivors, moments before the Ishar was destroyed by the Klingons. And with that, we will pick up where we last left off after the ambassador demanded that the prisoners you captured be placed into his custody. I believe he's not early. And he stormed off, waiting for the appropriate response as Commander Reef pulled diplomatic affairs on the issue.
Can I, would Reef feel like it's an appropriate time, or he has an appropriate amount of time to pull Vogel and Garibaldi into his office?
Do as you wish. The floor is yours.
All right. Commander, Lieutenant, if you could just follow me, please. And Reef will start heading into his office.
Vogel will follow.
So will the Garibaldi.
Fair enough. And when we're all in there, I'm gonna look to both of you and I'm gonna say, I'm quite frankly inclined to hand the Klingons over directly to the ambassador. The fact is, we have the evidence, and well, something's going on here, and the only way I can see them being used presently as a bargaining chip is against us.
Or whatever you think's best, Commander.
The Klingons have adequate reason to request prisoner extradition. I don't see why we wouldn't hold it up, Commander.
Very well then.
I mean, have they gone through all the proper proper procedures and followed all the proper paperwork?
I doubt that there's been enough time to do so, and well, quite frankly, Klingons, in my experience, aren't known for their penmanship. But nevertheless, we've got certainly a volatile situation here, and holding on to them just heats it up.
I will note, Commander, that the only reason the prisoners are alive is because we pulled them off their ship. I have no doubt that the Klingons would have just destroyed them and all hands on board.
I have no doubt that they probably will do so anyways, but well, quite frankly, these appear to be, well, they were preying on merchant vessels and medical vessels, from what I understand. And, well, let's just say I don't see too much of an issue in letting the Klingons administer their own justice.
We know that for sure.
However, maybe if there's actually, sorry, Arif isn't gonna say that. However, if either of you can think of anything to do with them before I give the order, I'll try to buy you a couple minutes.
Well, shouldn't we at least talk to them before we hand them over to their firing squad?
Why don't the two of you take care of that, and I'll try to keep the ambassador on ice.
Sure, I'm sure. Extradition paperwork. And I'm sure there's got to be a lot of paperwork involved in extraditing prisoners from one sovereign nation to another, sir.
That there is. Well, it's the Federation, so there's paperwork for the paperwork. Well then, the two of you better hurry.
Yes, sir.
Yes, boss. Everybody will head out at a rapid walk down to the brig.
And Vogel do the best she can to keep pace.
The two of you arrive in the brig. Doctor, are you there to administer potentially any injuries to the wounded? Came from that ship.
I'm available if there's need.
Sorry that you're treating some of the prisoners for minor burns currently.
All right. I will. Are they Klingon or different?
No, they actually appear very human. They have spots, but they're not Trill.
I'll cautiously approach one of them and say, how may I help you? Will you hold out your wound?
They hold out their arm, which has a grade 2 plasma burn. Give me daring medicine difficulty 1.
Is this an emergency situation?
I'll take it. Yeah, it's not, but I'll take emergency medicine. Gain a momentum as you're treating the wounds, and Garibaldi rushes by you along with, and I believe Vogel is there too.
This guy, this humanoid or non-Klingon I'm standing in front of, he's the captain, yeah?
Yes, he's the captain.
Do we have a name for him? We did, didn't we?
Don't remember if
No, you just said we didn't have his name.
Yeah, I don't think I gave it to you because I don't think he dressed himself as the captain, but he does have a name.
Garibaldi look at him. The captain of the vessel that just blew up. Yeah?
Walks towards the edge of the force field. Yeah.
You got a name that you'll give me?
Gian.
Ian, like IAN?
Gian as in GIA or GAN.
All right, Captain Gian. You've got about 5, maybe 7 minutes to give me a reason give me an excuse or a reason that I can use to convince my station commander not to hand you over to the Klingons, who are probably going to execute you as soon as they get a hold of you.
And if I even walk, no matter which case scenario, I'm probably dead anyways, so don't exactly have a good reason.
Well, the Federation doesn't believe in capital punishment, Captain. You're much safer in my custody than you are theirs. But without good reason, unless you give me something good, I've got nothing to convince my station commander not to turn you over. Big international interstellar incident going on here. A Klingon Ambassador is yelling and screaming. Of course, the Klingons. Got several armed vessels surrounding our station, so what you got?
Look, I'm just an honest merchant trying to do business, and look, the merchandise I bought was stolen. Sorry. It's just the nature of doing business.
That's the story you're going to go with.
Look, I'm innocent here, as fact the Klingons want me dead. Well, story of my life.
Traitor to the Klingon Empire. When I see Garibaldi will raise his voice. I see a whole host of Klingon warriors whose families are about to suffer a great deal of dishonor.
You mean the Nausicaans?
Oh, those Nausicaans?
Yeah, they're Nausicaans. You wish to restate your statement?
Yeah, I do. I see a room full of people that are about to die in ugly, messy ways. Batleth is a hard way to go.
I'm pretty sure we'll just be vaporized.
Yeah. They might throw you out an airlock. I hear spacing is a nasty way to go. I mean, you're the scientist, Vogel. Exactly what does spacing do to the humanoid body?
I'm no medical doctor, but I know it can't be good.
That's true. Hey, Doc Mountain.
We're not spacing anyone.
I have no intention of spacing anyone, but I'm pretty sure the Klingons are going to do that. Maybe you could let these folks know what they got coming to them.
I would rather not. It's pretty gruesome.
I'll do it anyway, Doc.
I'll move to the next patient. How may I help you?
They just shake you away.
Did you see I'm making the room and everything?
So what was your cargo, Gian? What's got the Klingons so pissed off at you?
Medical supplies.
Federation medical supplies?
I suppose I didn't ask where they came from.
I mean, kind of hard to claim to be an honest merchant when you're dealing in stolen medical supplies.
Are either of you in need of medical attention?
Commander, perhaps the doctor's services could be used elsewhere. These are dead men anyway. No point in wasting medical supplies on dead men. Would you agree, Commander?
You're still alive right now.
And despite, Lieutenant, they are in our care for now.
You're in my medical care.
About 4
At least.
minutes. Yeah, well, patch them up for their execution. That seems appropriate.
It is not that somebody else may do something. It is what I am doing that is important, Lieutenant.
Sure.
Thank you. But yes, you may continue speaking usually. Did either of them answer me or shake me off?
They didn't answer you.
All right. Then let me know if you need my services further. Ogle?
Captain Gunn, you got to do something. I'm trying to save your life here. The doctor's trying to save your life. Vogel's trying to save your life. Everyone's trying to save your life. If the risk of damage to our station, you got to have something.
You're gonna have to make me a fair deal on this. Sorry, but
Fair deal. Your life isn't enough? I mean, you understand? Hand you over if the commander hands you over to the Klingons, you're dead men. If we can come up with a reason to convince my commander to let you stay, you live. No capital punishment, again, of the Federation. Federation rehabilitation colonies are actually fairly pleasant places.
there are some things worth dying for.
Like what?
I might point out that they could seek asylum, but they would have to cooperate with you, Garibaldi.
There you go, Gon. And ask the commander for asylum. Can't guarantee he's gonna grant it though.
Yeah, that's not good enough.
Life in prison
want?
is better than certain death.
You're wanting us to let you go scot free? You
Yes.
must have a lot. You gotta want to have a lot to offer if that's what you're looking for, Captain.
What about your Nausicaan friends? They have options, right?
Paid mercenaries.
So they pay back in reparations for what you've stolen.
And one of the Nazcans just bangs on the force field.
Can I help you?
You'll pay for this.
Who? Him?
He's pointing to the captain.
Yeah, the Klingon's gonna cut his head off along with yours.
You don't
Captain.
know anything.
Captain, what kind of cargo freighter requires a Nausicaan security detail?
The sensitive kind, like medical supplies.
He'll Dr. Martin will type in his pad to Nurse Frola to do a thorough inventory check.
You guys already kind of figured out what those were all stolen supplies, and they were
As a precaution.
they were medical supplies.
So, Gon, what you got to offer and what you want? We got like 2 minutes left, so we have to cut through the dance, the pretty dance, and just get down to it.
Give me presence command difficulty 3.
These are some of my favorite stats.
You're a spy. Gotta have some of those stats, man.
I have some in it. I'm working on it. It's hard getting milestones in the system. Persuasion is a focus.
Yes.
Is Vogel able to assist? He's got a strong silent type.
Vogel hasn't said enough in roleplay to affect or help sway.
All right. I'll give you a. I should value this for later. Yeah, I'll give you a. I'll spend the momentum and give you 2 threat for 2 extra dice. Bollocks. Well, I got to reroll.
Do you have bold command?
Oh, dang it. I don't have a. I also don't have the. I also do not have enough successes. Bollocks. I don't really want to set this guy off to his death. I spend towards a value connecting with others personally as a useful tool.
Sure.
I'll reroll the two failures there. Good lord.
You can succeed at cost if you want.
Yeah, I'll see. After I spent all this, yeah, I might as well.
Fine. I'm willing to negotiate. However, there is some concessions I want. Myself and the other Canosians to better accommodation and under security guard. And I'll talk with you.
You and the other what?
Cryosians. I'm saying that right.
Oh, spell it.
They are a Star Trek species, I promise.
I believe you. What about your Noskin friends?
Hey, you could do with them with what you want.
All right, God. Well, let me get back with you. That's it's beyond my authority.
Clock's ticking,
But
as you said.
that's true. Step away and kind of indicate for Vogel to follow him. Well, Commander, what do you think? My instincts here seem to be a little off today.
All right. Well,
I-
might as well set up the meeting, right?
I think he's still holding something back.
It sure is, but maybe Arif can get it out of him. At least he can still has the option to give him back to the Klingons.
We're trying to give this guy every opportunity
If he's
to
not going to take it,
to not end up on a Klingon prison colony or worse. But if he doesn't want to help himself, there's only so much we can do.
we could set up a secure meeting with him and one other, with Arif and a security team, in a nearby security office. Maybe yours, Garibaldi?
I don't have a security office of my own.
Oh, well, you need an
What am I-
upgrade.
I'm not a security officer. I don't need a security office.
Oh, sure. You should have a room for your own purposes, anyway.
Oh, I have one of those. I just don't have guests in it.
Leading to my point,
But he wants secure quarters somewhere on the station, which of course presents opportunity for him and his little buddies to escape.
take him and the person with him and meet him down right here. We have enough security here to take these guys.
But that's not the deal he's asking for, Doc.
Well, that's the deal you're giving him since we have about a minute left.
Oh, I don't know about that. I was just making that up. Your call, Commander.
The entire leverage in this situation lies with us. We're not the ones who are going to be in trouble with the Klingons if he doesn't cooperate with us. He is. He needs to realize that.
Explain his limited options, and otherwise we'll be done with it.
So, Commander, your orders?
I think we let him think about his predicament a little longer. You know, these prisoner releases and these bargains, they take time.
Well, that's true, Commander.
Maybe bring a few Klingons around too, just to make them sweat a little bit.
That could be interesting.
See if that might loosen his tongue a little bit. But surely I can't authorize any deal with him or any claims of asylum unless he gives us full cooperation, and I don't feel like he's giving that.
Oh, he's certainly not.
Nor will I
And,
recommend that to the commander.
Yeah. Agreed and understood. I'll tell him no deal and go find me some Klingons. You want the ambassador's Klingons, or you just want to find like the cook?
Don't tell him about us not particularly agreeing to the deal yet. Just bring the Klingons by. Act like you're working on arrangements for prisoner transfer.
Well, like I said, Commander, you want me to bring the ambassador's people, or do you want me just to find some Klingons that'll take a little latinum for a side job?
Use your best judgment, Garibaldi. This is an area where I feel you have way more expertise than me.
Thank you, Commander. You'll excuse me. Come back over here and say, I'll get back with you, Captain. I just got word I need to confer with some of our Klingon allies. I'll be back.
Follow Vogel.
Sure, body will leave.
Back to ops.
Yeah, that's probably where I'd head. I don't know if Garibaldi would necessarily head there, but I would head back to ops.
I'm trying to think. Since you left that decision solely in my court, and now I have to think. Because I can think of all sorts of ways this can go bad if I actually bring the ambassador's troops down here. Nice to have some momentum.
What is Commander Reef doing?
At the moment, I'm kind of tracking where the Klingon ambassador is and where he went off to, and kind of drawing up a bunch of different data pads and basically making it look like I'm doing paperwork should he come back, but really just kind of waiting until he starts to push the issue again. Basically delaying for as long as I can for Garibaldi and Vogel.
Jim, are there any Klingon mercenary groups on the station?
The only Klingons on the station belong to House Morokai and maybe a food vendor. Might be the only independent Klingon.
And just as a clarification, the ambassador said he wanted the Klingon prisoners, correct?
He did not say Klingon. He said he wanted the prisoners you beamed aboard.
Okay.
Did you figure out what you wish to do, Garibaldi?
Vogel's put me between a rock and a hard place. I don't have anyone to pretend to be Klingon security. We don't have holograph projectors on this station.
I mean, you could try some of the lower ranking ones that might do it for a few coins.
Maybe they
Yeah,
could
sure.
point out the specific person they're looking for too.
Yeah,
Might
that's
not be
true.
all of them.
Yeah, Garibaldi's going to go down to the ambassador's. The ambassador's security office have its own little office.
Sure.
They have a barracks or something. Garibaldi's going to head down there. I guess I want to rip off Vogel's idea. Do we have any Latinum slush fund? I think I gave all my strips of Latinum to the Ferengi.
Too bad the holodeck episode happened after this episode. Otherwise, I would have an idea for that, but I can't use it.
I understand.
I wouldn't.
All right, I'm going to head down. I may have to. We'll have to spend an opportunity cost at some point if I need bribery money, GM.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to head down to the Cleon's barracks. See if I can find some lower ranked guys. Maybe off duty, looking kind of bored.
You head down to where the diplomatic center in the professional enclosure. You head to the security office where there is a Klingon sitting at a computer terminal. He looks at you and continues to work back at his computer terminal.
Good evening. You aware of the situation outside the station, warrior? I don't
Have you
understand. I
come
don't know
to
your rank.
relinquish the prisoners?
Well, I need to prepare. I think my station commander and your boss are working out the details. But I've been ordered to allow your security forces to verify that we have the prisoners and we have the ones you want, and make arrangement, find out what security arrangements we need for transfer. You got a warrior or two that can come down and do that with me. I mean, it's grunt work. Maybe you could just send me some guy that's pissed you off recently.
Ugh. I'll go myself. He grabs a pad and enters the security lockout program for his terminal and walks close to you.
Yeah, I'm Lieutenant Quinix. You are? I hate to just keep calling you a Klingon. That seems kind of rude.
And crew.
Well, you're gonna have to put that in the chat.
Crew.
Ah, I thought my mic had cut out a little.
Nope, it is. His name is Crew.
All right, Commander Crew, General Crew, Colonel Crew, Sergeant Crew.
I wish to see the prisoners.
Follow me, follow me. Just trying to find the proper term of respect, but crew it is. Tell me exactly how many of the prisoners are you going to want to take custody of?
He just remains silent.
Are you needing just the Crocians, or the Crocians and the Nausicaans?
You have 12, right?
$12. Some Nausicaans, some Crocians.
We'll take all 12. They are traitors to the Empire, and they are to be charged with treason.
Those are some serious charges. I mean, they just stole Federation med supplies. What'd they do to the Klingon Empire? I mean, were their acts bad enough that capturing them will bring glory to your house?
They You will have to discuss that with the ambassador.
Well, speaking of the ambassador is a little above my pay grade, Guru. I just thought a couple of soldiers like us could talk like warriors. With the ambassadors and the commanders and the pencil pushers in the suits do the fancy talking. You understand what I'm saying? Got coming through the universal translator, right?
I understand you.
And don't you think it's right for the warriors that have to follow the orders should be able to talk to one another?
I will not dishonor my house. Show me to the prisoners.
This way, come on in. How would you dishonor your house by telling me what these guys did? You gotta at least tell me, so I can tell my commander why what these guys did to the Klingon Empire is worse than what they did to the Federation. We got a claim to these bastards too. Hey, points at the captain Goss is like this. What did he say in your language? This Patak here stealing Federation medical supplies. Oh, he's lying at his ass about not doing it, but we know he's lying.
Then we'll give them the most dishonorable death. And they will head to Grethor.
That anything like Roa Pente or worse? I want to hold this conversation with Kerr right in front of the captain.
Oh, he goes on in front of the lore of Grethor and everything else. And he marks
When he
down.
gets to anytime he gets to particularly gruesome parts, Garibaldi will ask questions. For clarification.
He kind of stops, and it's like, and you get the thing is like a lot of it's mythology type based stuff, and then he's like, and he kind of remarks like, I have no plans to go there. But him, on the other hand, he will surely meet them. For all the Klingons that we've slayed our gods.
You don't actually have to do the transport. That's boring duty anyway. That's not fit for a warrior. All right, so you want each of these. All right, everybody hand him pad. Just tell me or enter in the pad here the identities of each one and the crimes they've committed. For my record, if it's just treason, but details matter. The more you can tell me why they deserve this, and Garibaldi will once again repeat all the gruesome details of this place. If you can help me convince my commander that these people know that deserve this, it'll speed up this extradition process at warp speed. It will offer Kerr the pad, or be ready to enter the details if Kerr wants to verbalize them.
Treason against House Martok.
That's it? But that's very serious, but how were they treasonous? Details matter, Kerr. If I can use those details, maybe I can get the captain to stop, get my commander to start pushing that extradition paperwork a little faster. This guy's not doesn't have any interest in sticking around.
Give me Presence Command difficulty 2.
All right. Presence Command. I know where I'm spending my next points. Persuasion for focus?
Sure.
Threat for a third die. Not that it'll give me a reroll.
Gain of momentum.
Okay, I gotta get some help here. The doctor refused to play bad cop for me.
And they are guilty of high crimes of selling equipment to the enemies of the Empire. That's a lie, as Kieran pounds against the force field. Huh. Toya, know your place.
It's a serious charge to accuse a Klingon warrior of lying. I promise you, if he falls down the stairs a couple of times on the way to your ship, I won't see a thing, Kerr.
Just don't give this one a dishonorable. Don't give this one an honorable death. I have everything I need. Notify me when the transfer is to occur.
Fantastic, Kerr. It's a pleasure working with you. You need me to walk you back to your security station, or can I go ahead and get this paperwork expedited for you?
I know my way.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Captain Gann, but my command staff, that whole pretty quarters and armed guard and negotiation, they just aren't having it. So I had to start the process to start the extraditions paperwork and process to get you transferred to the Klingons. You sure you don't want to talk to me? That prison planet he was talking about seemed pretty horrible. And then Garibaldi will once again launch into all the details.
It's
I
not a
think at this
prison
point Garibaldi's
planet.
enjoying it.
The afterlife of the Klingons.
Oh, Stovacor.
That's heaven. Grethor is hell.
That sounds unpleasant.
For a Klingon, but I'm not Klingon.
You'll still be dead, gone.
As I said,
I'm not,
some things are worth dying for.
down here, I guarantee you the Klingons can't get to you. I can bring my commander down here and you can talk to him, give him what he needs to argue against the Klingons.
Give me insight. Give me insight plus command difficulty 2.
Psychology for a focus? Or psychiatry?
No. Not really doing a counseling session.
Okay.
You took like empathy or some other. I think empathy would probably be one.
Yeah, I don't have that one. I will spend that momentum for a third die. Oh,
Well, you didn't even need the focus anyway. 3 momentum gained. You get the feeling that he's not, when he says some things are worth dying for, he's not literally meaning himself or a cause, but maybe someone else that's not here.
carefully, I'll step closer to the screen. There's somebody or something you need me to take care of for you after you're gone. I'd like to turn nobody over to the Klingons because what they'll do is unpleasant. And I got resources.
I made you an offer. Either you accept it or you don't. In either case, you're talking to a dead man.
Doesn't have to be that way. Guarantee you I got friends that can keep you alive. Might not look the same anymore, but I can keep you alive. And I can keep whoever and whatever you're protecting us whole. But I might not be able to get you out of here. You sure you won't talk to my commander down here?
I gave you an offer. The offer stands. It's up to you to make good on it.
See what I can do. Everybody will leave. Is this the only brig we have?
I mean, there's more than one, but it's the only map I have.
No. I mean, the reason I'm asking is Could I have him move to another secure jail, as it were?
If you're just talking about securing him, I mean, there are ways and locations you could do that besides just a brig. So,
Well, what your thing is since Commander Vogel won't let me give him what he wants. Is there like another wing to the brig where I can talk to him without all the other ears around?
sounds like an advantage creation.
Yeah, I'll spend the 2 momentum for that. If it will give me space for all the Croatians.
So you want to separate the Nausicaans in their own cells.
And move these guys to a different a different brig wing.
And they're all in their own private little cell.
John, this ain't the Holiday Inn Express. Best I can do for you. Now that I've separated your people from the Nausicaans, you willing to talk? I promise you, this is about as far as my commander will let me go.
Well, I didn't specify what type of accommodations, but suppose this will have to do.
Glad you've seen the light, as it were. Now,
What do you know
why
of
did
the
clean up?
What do you know of the Klingon Empire?
I know the basics. Ruling houses, head of the High Council, a lot of politics and infighting between the houses. What specifically are you referring to?
And you know the Klingons still practice slavery. At least some of the houses do.
There's I've heard rumors, mostly when dealing with the Orion enslavers. Go on.
I am a slave to House Dovorga. A house that has been condemned by the Klingon Empire for treasonous acts against the Klingon Empire for siding with the Tripolity and the Klingon a little over a year ago, or well, the Klingon Empire a little over a year ago purged all the houses that were part of the Tripolity and any affiliated houses. House Devorg was one of those.
So pretty much kill on sight for all those houses. The charges act or the charge is true? Did the house that you're enslaved to join the Tripolity?
Not by choice.
Must be
House Devorg used to be done. Their business was mainly in trade and ship construction. Many of us escape the purge along with the new head of the house.
how loyal is a slave to to a house that owns him. And what are you doing in this part of space?
Can't exactly thrive in Federation space and can't be in Klingon space, so what choice do we have? Except be in unclaimed territory. Out in the middle of nowhere.
And just being members of the Tripolity. That's all. That's the only reason these Klingons are so fired up to kill you.
Let's
That's not
just
love.
say that Tripolity caused a lot of problems for all parties involved, including the Romulans, Federation, and the Klingon Empire.
And how do you feel about the Tripolity? They your ideal worth dying for?
I pick up boxes, I take them to a location or I sell them, and that's it.
What can you tell me about where you picked up your cargo of Federation medical supplies?
Look, I need assurances before I go into more details, but this is all I'm going to give you. I need to know that you're going to be able to hold up your end of the bargain once I tell you stuff, because my wife and child would be killed for what I will tell you. Same goes for my fellow Corrosians. They all have families too, which is the reason why we're okay with dying, because at least it means they're safe. Despite
And
our
they're
circumstance.
And your families are going to be killed by House
House Mordecai will
Devarg?
kill them.
Your House Mordecai has your families.
No, House Devorg has my family, and they'll be safe with them. So long as House Mordecai doesn't get to them. House Mordecai will not hesitate to kill anyone that has any sort of allegiance to House Devorg.
You and your men and their families. You wish to be free of being slaves of House Devorg? Or are you satisfied with that situation?
House Devorga has been good to me my entire life. Why would I want to bite the hand that feeds me? Or gives me a
Freedom?
ship? Freedom to do what?
Not be bought and sold like property? Not to be treated like the
House.
household pet?
Even in Klingon Empire, I would be treated nothing less than a second-hand citizen, even with my own freedom. Where am I to go in your mighty federation? I have no ship. You blew it up. Well,
I
the
didn't blow it
Empire
up.
did. The Empire did. My life as a merchant is non-existent. As you stated yourself, I've committed crimes. I was attempting to sell stolen goods. So what freedom are you offering me?
Don't know yet. But tell me, Captain John, so I know what to take to the captain. You have information about where you acquired these medical goods. You can lead me to, or at least give us information that leads us to the pirates that stole them. Because that's what I want.
I have that information. But in either case, I'm also willing to take that to my grave.
Well, for the protection of your family, I can understand that. At least I know what I'm dealing with now. I'll be back. I'll go talk to my commander. See what I can do. In the meantime, you'll be safe down here. Yeah, Garibaldi will head to Commander Reese' office. Grab Vogel on his way by. I don't know what Vogel and Arif were doing while I was negotiating, though.
Pretending to do paperwork. So I could say I was doing paperwork.
To the office.
I got some information, Commander.
Nicely done, Garibaldi.
Well, I did have to move those prisoners. So I did it most. I think it's going to be in their best interest to keep them separated from the Noskins. So I put them in Sea Wing. Might want to send word down to the chief of security to double the guard on them.
Understood. And she'll do that really quick.
Let's go talk to the commander.
After you.
Chirpy chirp, chirpy chirp. Oh, sorry.
Just once is enough, GQ.
But I like the chirp.
Oh, don't we all? But if you use it too much, well then, it'll just go out of style.
Good point. How's the Klingon Ambassador doing?
Well,
See,
he hasn't contacted me to rush yet, so I'd say he's probably still stewing pretty hot.
All right, well, got a decision that's above my pay grade. I got my opinions, but the the corrosion captain Gian, he says that he is a slave of House Devorg. Klingon House. Klingon House that is a member of the Tripoli, and that
I'm
their
sorry, say again?
membership, the Klingon House that is a member of the Tripoli. From his description, they're a Klingon merchant house. That him and his fellows are slaves. Apparently, they don't have a problem with that, which is a thing I have a problem with, but that's neither here nor there. But he says their membership to the Tripoli is what condemned their entire house to the Empire. They are, for that reason, they're considered traitors of the Empire. And he is convinced that if he gives us information, that his family will be hunted down and killed by House Mordecai, our friendly ambassador's house. He claims to be able to tell us how he got those Federation medical supplies on his ship and give us information that will lead us to the pirates. But he's going to want to negotiate for assurances for the safety of his family before he'll tell us anything.
And do we have any sense of how far his family is from here?
He wouldn't tell me. But they're in territory, I assume, held by House Devog. But he seems convinced that House Mordecai will have them killed. If he's telling the truth, then it's reasonable to think that House Mordecai is actually behind these pirate attacks. Possible.
Nodding a little bit, I'll say, quite frankly, given the ambassador's behavior, I'm not inclined to disagree. However, that doesn't change the fact that we are severely outgunned at the moment, and, well, I think we're going to have to tread carefully. I would like to find the pirates as much as you, but at the end of the day, there's always a tomorrow for that. And I would rather the station not, well, get into a bigger fight than we can handle.
So we sacrifice the lives of these men.
It's not the phrasing I would use, but
let's call it what it is, Commander.
well, I'd call it ensuring the safety of everyone on this station.
Aren't there diplomatic channels that you or the Admiral could use? I don't know very much about this Tripoli. I don't know if they're worth saving. I don't know if maybe we should just turn this over to this.
Well, they
turn these
did.
guys over.
Let's not forget they did attack several merchant and medical ships.
Tripoli, from what I understand, is a group of ex-Klingon Federation and Romulan citizens that formed their own group in the Shackleton Expanse. It's my understanding that they are Klingon separatist in a way.
Well, they're going to be executed for it.
To me, this sounds very much like an internal Klingon matter. My only question is, did Gian join House Devorg willingly?
Can a slave ever be a slave willingly, Vogel?
And then Arif's gonna crop up and say, not to mention, we're still attempting to handle the planetary evacuation and, well, God knows how many others after it. This isn't a very good time to risk, our main logistical uh, support in the entire area.
How much of the Klingons really helping if House Mordecai is stealing our medical supplies and then turning around and selling to the Ferengi for a profit?
I agree, it pisses me off, but I'd rather have a slow leak as long as we get the bulk of the bucket than have it spill over.
Just so I got things straight, Garibaldi, that ship belonged to House Devorg, right, and not Mordecai?
That's my understanding. Yes,
And just so I'm clear, Mordecai is the ambassador's house, right?
that is right, isn't it, Jim?
Yes, it is the ambassador's house.
It just seems odd to me that he would claim that the Mordecai are the ones behind the pirate attacks when they are a known separatist. Our supplies are on a known Klingon, for lack of a better word, terrorist group.
The Klingons' version of the Marquis, I suppose.
I think that is a very apt analogy, Garibaldi.
Well, it's highly possible that the medical supplies that we beamed out were secondhand stolen from one of the Klingon house ships.
Another question pops in the mind is, if he is as slave as he claims, how is he still allowed to captain a ship?
Maybe he's a trusted slave.
One that could I mean, if what you said about his family is true, could very easily disappear into Federation space. Look how deep
I
he
would,
is away from where they supposedly operate anyway.
I would have to say he's a trusted slave if he's been given captaincy of a ship. But then again, he had how many Nausicaan guards with him? And he wouldn't say a word to me until I separated him and his people from the Nausicans.
It's I still don't know if he's telling the truth. It
I
still
don't
seems
either.
very odd to me.
Well, somebody's lying to us. It's House Mordecai or House Devorg. To be honest with you, Commander, my judgment in this matter is compromised. If you could read the redacted parts of my file, you'd understand why. I'm going to have to put this decision on your shoulders, sir.
Nodding, I'm gonna say, unfortunately, I'm, gonna have to make a decision. I don't believe you'll like Garibaldi. I think I think that you are most likely correct. However, that being said, I think there's a practical reality, and there's 4 Vorcha class starships right out there. I think we're gonna have to settle with the fact that this is a mystery we're gonna have to solve another day, and, well, quite frankly, hope we can be in better position next time. I think I'm gonna have to give the prisoners uh, to the ambassador.
Well, I told you I'd leave it. I'd put this in your court. I promise I won't interfere, Commander. But I can't be involved in this either. I do disagree with you, sir. Like I said, my judgment's compromised anyway. I do suggest that if we're going to turn the prisoners over, then we need to at least make a show of putting those prisoners back in the same wing with the Noskins, so that the Noskins know that Gion didn't give us anything. Because if the Noskins thinks Gion gave us information, whether he did or not, his family is dead.
Understand. Would it further help your cause for you to actually take one of the Nausicaans?
Well, as much as I enjoy throwing a Noskin out an airlock, Captain Commander, I don't know what I would do with one.
What if the Nausicaans said in all of this? Has any of them talked?
They called Gion a traitor. You were there.
Perhaps attempt to question him, because uh, your questioning of your last choice was ineffectual. Or at least make him think so.
Well, certainly I could use the old intelligence trick and bring one of the Noskins into a private cell and tell him that Gion told us everything, and give him a chance to talk. But I'd have to kill him afterwards to
I
protect
don't
Gion's
think that
family.
would be a good. I don't. Well, why don't we call that plan no?
To me, this sounds like an internal Klingon matter. One that unfortunately spilled out onto our station.
Well, then let's do what you say, Commander. But like I said, I recommend we make it. We got to put on enough of a show, bringing those corrosions back into their original wing, to make sure that the Noskins don't think that he gave anything up.
I'll
I'm not saying Gion's telling me the truth, but just in case he is.
I'll trust your handiwork on that, and I'll contact the ambassador.
Yes, sir. And your buddy will head back down to security.
Uh, and the reef will contact the ambassador.
Over your wall panel, he appears from his office, which he is not willing to walk up to yours. Are you finally going to hand over the prisoners?
Yes. I'm having my man Garibaldi assemble them now.
Very well.
See, Ambassador, be honest, you weren't expecting that answer, were you?
I am surprised. People like to meddle in affairs that are not your own.
Agreed. But, well, sometimes we make the right decisions. Remember that, please. I'll have my man contact you when they're ready. And I wish you a good day, Ambassador.
Kapla.
And I will hang up on him. You know what? I'm gonna sit in my chair and frown for a couple minutes because I am displeased. Just like Garibaldi, I am displeased.
What's Vogel doing before I go to prisoner transfer? And also the doctor.
It's back at our station. Assuming it's right in the middle of Alpha shift, so yeah. Station ops.
Technically, you're already into beta. It's just with the Klingons and their ships, tensions are a little high right now.
Okay, working overtime, doing station
Yes.
ops.
If you got paid, you'd get time and a half, but it's the Federation.
Get paid in attaboys.
Doctor?
Yes.
Is there anything you're doing currently before I move on to prisoner transfer?
As long as I know, I'll keep an eye out on if there's another report from a reef, but I'm good for the moment. Actually, I'll contact Vogel.
Okay.
Dr. Mountain to Vogel?
Go ahead, Doctor.
Hi, Sarah. I was wondering, I know Arif's working on figuring out those medical supply things, but you're usually the person to talk to about that kind of stuff. I don't even know what the situation is, but do you know where those supplies are supposed to be? Because if there's something going on that we already have humanitarian crisis already, but every hyperspray counts in this case. But were these stolen supplies? Do we know? There are probably sick people that really need them.
Yeah, they were scheduled to go to the Unearthian colony.
Yeah. Where are they now?
As is every other piece of supply heading these days.
Yeah. That makes sense. So, did they get to where they needed to go, or were they just...
As soon as we get a transport ship to come here and pick him up, Doctor.
Well, maybe some of the Klingon ships out there will help. They seem to be not doing anything. Anyway, thank you for checking in.
No problem, Doctor.
Keep me updated. Thanks.
Garibaldi, you enter the brig section where the Corrosians are at.
Captain Guion, I have failed. You and your men and the Noskins are going to be turned over to the Klingons. You have more experience than Noskins than I. What steps do I need to take to ensure the Noskins don't suspect that you've given me anything?
Nausicaans are stubborn, prideful, and incredibly stupid, and will easily talk.
It is my plan to transfer you back into the wing where they are. I imagine if I keep you here, they will believe that you've given me information, which would put your family in danger. If I have to send you to your death, I can at least do what I can to protect your family. Do you have any message you wish delivered to them?
I'm sure they'll already know.
I doubt it will make any difference, Eon, but if you're telling me the truth about House Mordecai, they will pay. I'll give you my word on it.
Mordecai is just a cog in the machine.
Then who needs to pay for this?
You would have to talk with the head of House Devorg.
In Tripoli space.
You must be misremembering stuff, Garibaldi. I told you that they were suspected, or well, never said they were part of the Tripoli. Only they were accused of being part of the Tripoli.
Where do I find House Devorg?
Well, seeing as I'm going to be handed over to the Klingons and I give you the information, there's little guarantee that my family will be safe. So why would I give you such information?
Telling me where House Devorg can be found? That's going to put your family in danger? Why would House Mordecai care about that?
Because
Not like they're going to follow me.
Don't underestimate the Klingons. They want something badly enough, they'll take it.
You telling me House Devore isn't a member of the Tribality?
To the
They're just
Klingon
trying to
Empire, they are.
survive.
Told you House Devorg was a honorable merchant house. And expert ship rights. Their vessels were sought out throughout the entire Klingon Empire. When is the transfer to take place? I am eager to get my death over with.
The hour. You want to spend that hour here or with the Noskins?
In either case, it doesn't matter.
So we don't need to put on a show so the Noskins won't think you gave me information. Interesting. Very well. I'll see that you're. I'll allow you to stay down here. If that's what you wish. I mean, you're dead either way. I guess it's about your family.
Do you have a pad? I wish to write a letter.
For you and all your men. We're giving the pad. Out of curiosity, GM. I'm just spitballing ideas. Is it possible to acquire easily hidden non-Federation disruptors? That Gian and his people could hide when they're transferred. Hey,
There's a Ferengi on board. You can talk to her.
Do I want to arm the Crow agents? Do I want to arrange for a transporter? Is that possible, GM? To enter when they transport to the Klingon vessels, because obviously they're not doing it by shuttlecraft. Is it possible to intercept the transporter beam in such a way the Klingons will think the signal was lost as a transporter accident?
You're going to have to talk to an engineer on that.
Garibaldi's got 3 points in engineering. Is it possible?
I mean, anything's possible. It just depends on how you want to go about it.
Are there transporters, at least 4 pads worth, on that Orion merchant ship that Garibaldi controls?
For 2 momentum, there is.
What would the role be? Because Garibaldi don't want to get anyone else involved. What would the role be for Garibaldi to pull that off? Obviously, something engineering. What, daring engineering?
It would probably be. Well, it would probably be daring or control engineering. Not from a pad to a pad, so that's base 4. If you're
Plus the gimmickry.
Well, I'm adding. It's an advanced creation, so it's going to be base 6. So you're probably looking at difficulty 5 to pull it off, because you're literally beaming them either through the transit beam, which is extremely difficult, or the second they beam either at the station as they're dematerializing, which means they're hitting the buffer. So you would have to time it, which is why I'm adding the 2 extra difficulty to the roll.
Oh, no, that's fair.
So you're looking at diff 5. Like, safely, you would probably want to do it right before the energizing sequence starts on the station or on the Klingon ship as they're dematerializing.
Sorry, Arif. Garibaldi's going to try. There's the 2
Arif has no
momentum.
knowledge of this.
I may be getting scammed on this, but this is something Garibaldi would do. All right, so there's the point. There's the momentum, the advantage to have the transporters on the Orion ship.
You having security beat them escorted over?
Yeah, we'll do everything as normal, but except Garibaldi will be on the Orion ship to pull off his, or attempt to pull off his trick.
Okay.
He'll have the security chief. He'll tell the chief of security that he's done with the prisoners. That he'll probably say it to the security chief in front of the Noskins. If the ambassador won't give me any information, I'm done with him. Tell the commander that they're ready. Inform Kerr at the Klingon security force to expect prisoner transfer. Take them to this, and form a full security detail and have them escorted to the transporter room 4. And then he'll hit his Tom badge. Garibaldi to Arif.
Go for Arif.
Commander, I'm arranging for transfer of the prisoners to the Klingon ships. You just find out which one of the Klingon ships you wish me to transport the prisoners to. I'll have the head of security take care of it, sir.
Understood. I'll contact the ambassador immediately. And I will contact the ambassador immediately.
Have you prepared the prisoners as the communication opens?
Yep. Which ship would you like me to beam them to?
We'll send over the coordinates.
Thank you.
Garibaldi will head
Is that all?
to.
Commander Reef, which group are you beaming over first? The Gnosticans or the Karoshians?
The probably the Rosians.
You're not there. Are you present for the transport, or are you gonna stay in your office?
No, I mean not for the transport. No. You know what? I'll be present for the transport. Figure I owe him that. Gentlemen, I apologize. I'm Commander Reef. However, this is an internal matter featuring a government that, well, I and the station are not a part of.
Save your words, Starfleet.
Okay. As you wish. Chief?
Transport Chief needs to make a control plus engineering assisted by these stations. Sensors plus engineering. It is from a pad to a pad, so that lowers difficulty by 2 from the base to base to. Oh no, there's no difficulty increase.
Any chance I can assist as well?
Getting my transporter mechanics mixed up here. I believe it should only be like 1 or something. Maybe diff 0. I think it might be diff 0.
If the station has advanced sensors, it'd be a diff 0. If it's from a pad to a pad.
Yeah. Thinking. Yeah, it's from a pad to a pad, so I believe it's just diff 0.
Because it's normal to -1 for being in the transporter room. And then if the station has advanced sensors, then it would also be reduced by 1.
Be base 2. He's in the transporter room, so he's reduced by 1. There's no difficulty increase. Yeah, it'd be base 1, and the advanced sensors would drop it to base 0. So yeah, diff 0.
I get it.
Yep. Just need the station. 2 momentum generated. Garibaldi, if you please, your difficulty 5 roll. And just so you know, you have a value for this. I will give you determination for a complication.
I will take that because I'm looking for I'm going through my laws looking for a way to get a determination on a callback.
So
but I think
you have a value that I will literally give you a determination for. That's literally sticking out.
So, you mean like there are no lines I will cross?
Yes.
Yeah, I will take it. I was looking for a way to call back to it so I could gain a milestone, but I don't see it in the.
There's a complication.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure the complication will be unpleasant for your baldy, but that's why girls don't play the game. Oh, wait a minute, they do. All right, so going to take the complication spend towards the value. There are a few lines I will not cross to accomplish the mission. I'm going to use my join talent so that I have the appropriate focus, which I imagine could be transporter operations.
Yes.
And then I am going to. I got two. I got 2 momentum, right?
There is 2 momentum that was generated.
Okay, so I'm going to use that 2 momentum and 3 threat to get up to 4 dice.
Okay.
That's the right calculation, right?
Yes.
All right. That is all the things. Out of curiosity, am I having to bypass any security codes or anything like that to pull this off?
No. You're literally beaming while they're attempting to start the transport.
Yeah, diligent is my trait. Won't work either. All right. Here we go. 2, 3, 4.
4, and the little thing does help you. Just
God.
barely.
That was my reroll for bold.
You do make it because the ship comes.
Okay. Oh, whew.
There is a complication. Which I will fire that in a moment. As you're seeing these transport happen, where is it? They transport away, but definitely didn't sound normal.
Chief?
Checking it now, Commander.
Reason plus engineering. Opposed. You're rolling opposed roll against Garibaldi.
Transporters, replicators, focus.
Yes.
Take a threat because I think we're out of momentum.
Yeah, I spent it all.
Hey, pretty good.
He's got reason engineering. Is it same for me, or I get daring?
Daring engineering.
So I still got that transporter focus.
Yes, you do.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna give you 3 threat for 2 extra dice. Oh, I got a reroll. I use threat.
You have bold security, don't you?
Yep, that's my. Oh, that's bold secure. Dang it. Never mind that. I'm just reroll happy tonight.
It is a tie. Given the complication, this will go to the transporter chief on board the station.
I did accept a complication.
Yes, you did.
I figured it was going to involve me getting caught. Better cop on my own side than the Klingon, so.
Commander, it seems like someone was trying to interrupt our transport.
Was it successful?
Ooh, I don't think he has any questions.
He doesn't. However, get a communication from the Klingon vessel. We stand by ready to receive. What's taking so long?
Well, there's the answer. We're just gonna stand by. And I'm gonna mute the channel. I'm gonna look to the chief and I'm gonna tell him to track down the signal immediately, find out where they went.
David, didn't I?
I'm gonna hit my comm badge to Vogel and I'll say, Sarah, it would appear that someone shanghaied our prisoners. Get the station ready to go to red alert, but don't call it yet.
Understood, sir.
Oh, did I mishear?
No,
Oh,
it was part of the comp. Garibaldi didn't pull it off.
sorry.
You were successful at nabbing them. It's the complication that it's unfortunately they kind of detected the secondary transport midstream.
I said they're us and the Klingons. This is an Orion smuggling vessel. Doesn't happen to have sensor scatter thingies in it, does it?
It has a secure hold that's, I mean, it's kind of got some sensor dampening stuff.
Gonna move my guest into the secure hold. Assuming they cooperate.
Croatians look around like,
I have some bad news for you, gentlemen. The four of you just died in an unfortunate transporter accident. I assume Garibaldi doesn't know that he didn't pull off his trick.
yeah, you don't know.
But for your safety, gentlemen, I have a secure hold I suggest that you hold up in for the moment. Just in case the Klingons get suspicious.
Seems I have no choice. Kind of looks the other four.
Or I can transport you to the Klingon ship. That would waste a lot of effort I've gone to. It would make me very grumpy.
I'm assuming this comes at a cost.
I don't like slavery. And I want to know who's been hijacking those Federation supplies. I want evidence. I'm taking a great risk for you, Gian. We get caught. This is the end of my Federation career. I may be standing right next to you on a Klingon execution chamber. So if you don't mind, secure hold, sir.
Of course. And they follow you to a secure holding.
Garibaldi thinks to himself, "This man's lying to me. I'm going to throw him at an airlock." that I will make the necessary arrangements to do whatever he has to do to the hull to activate the sensor dampeners.
There's just a shielded part of the ship you shove him in at. They'll buy you time, but
I need the Klingons to be satisfied and go home relatively quickly.
and meanwhile, back at the transporter room,
Well, Chief,
reason plus engineering assisted by the station's sensors plus engineering difficulty. 4. Because he did have, or no, sorry, difficulty 3 because he had the advantage. And then I will push the comp range to 3.
could I assist because I'm ordering him to do it?
Reason plus engineering.
What was the difficulty?
Difficulty 3, comp range 3.
Transporters, replicators focus, or is it something different here?
Transporters, replicators. You're trying to trace back the energy stream.
Okay.
Would you take team dynamics or deception as a focus?
No, you're helping them out. So it had to be transporters, replicators.
All right. I will give you a threat. Oh crap. Well, I could reroll one of those. Ooh.
There's a complication and you failed the roll. Does it stand?
It has to. He doesn't have a value.
Now it looks like a transporter accident.
Unless GM lets us succeed at cost here with 3.
Not with another.
complications.
Not with 2 complications on the table with that.
Hmm. Is there anything I can do as either the assister or the commanding officer to allow for a reroll?
Unless you have advisor.
I do.
The advisor gives you a reroll for 1 dice. I'll double check real quick.
Sorry, I don't actually have it written down what it does, and I seem to have forgotten.
Whenever you're assisting another, you usually have to use your command discipline.
Oh, bummer.
I'll allow it 1 dice for reroll.
For who?
For it would have to be for the main roller.
Okay. Hey, now there's no complications.
There's a comeback.
Gain the momentum.
We put that on the board.
Commander, I have detected a second transport signal that originated somewhere else on the station.
Can you excuse me. Can you track it down, or can you scan for the corrosions and get a lock on them?
Can I obtain more information to see if I could figure out where the transport originated from? Transport originated in Cargo Bay 2, Commander.
Docking Bay 2. Sorry.
Docking Bay 2, sorry.
Would I know offhand what ships are on Docking Bay 2?
Insight Con Diff 1.
Alrighty, I am going to straight roll this.
2 momentum gained.
Should just be
I
at
thought you
2.
said diff 1. Should be 2.
Insight Con difficulty 1, so you gain 2 momentum.
Yeah,
You
we should
gained-
only be at 2, however,
Yeah.
because we asked that question.
Yes, you should be at 2.
I bay. Reef's gonna kind of mutter. And I'm gonna look to the chief, and I'm gonna say, start your scans with the ship we impounded recently, and then move your way outward. Though I doubt you're gonna need to lock on to the corrosion life forms and beam them to the Klingon ship. And make sure to beam just them and nothing they might have acquired along the way in there.
Aye, sir. And he'll begin looking for those signatures to lock onto. Apologies, Commander. I'm not seeing anything to lock onto in that ship.
Well then, I'm gonna step up to the transporter pad and I'm gonna say, well, beam me aboard. I'll have to deal with this myself.
Aye, sir. Should I notify security?
Ooh, sorry, I'm just gonna need 2 seconds here to think about this one. Notify Commander Vogel. Tell her to have security in place. If the ship powers up its engines or attempts to depart.
Aye, sir.
Energized.
Energizing now, Commander.
Control plus engineering difficulty of 1, assisted by the station's sensors engineering.
Take a threat.
I do like threat.
Well, he has bold, so. Threat you get. Why did I close the station?
Well, you succeeded so far. Gain of momentum.
Do I fish? I think I fish.
No complication. Boo.
Then he'll do the rest of that, and Vogel will get the security in place and ready and yada yada.
Garibaldi, as you're walking on the ship, heading back to the wherever you're on the ship, Commander Reef appears. It's not a big ship. Or, sorry, Captain Reef appears. Oh, you're full commander, that's right.
That's what I thought.
Commander, never anything.
Yeah.
If it's not Commodore, it's Commander.
Commander, which brings you into my neighborhood.
GQ? Fancy running into you here?
Well, it is my private project, sir. You're aware of it. I'm having the holo projectors installed. So came down here to work on them to blow off some steam.
Indeed. Did you also come down here to possibly interfere with my transport?
Commander, I heard some rumor of a horrible transporter accident a little while ago.
These walls are pretty thick. I'd say
Yeah.
it's a pretty tough.
I hear things, Commander. Terrible transporter accident. Loss of life is always regrettable. Would you agree, Commander?
Not this time. Let me ask you a question, Garibaldi. See if you can do it off the top of your head. Including our current guests. What's the current population of Deep Space 17?
That sounds like something Garibaldi would actually know. Not that George the player knows, but it does sound like something Garibaldi would know.
The same about Arif, but I don't know either.
Garibaldi will jot off the number.
That's it's a little bit larger than 4, is it not?
Well, fortunate that there were only 4 fatalities. Probably should take that particular transporter unit offline and have it put through a level 1 diagnostic. Have engineering repair whatever what happened to it. The Klingons will be angry, but the corrosions are dead. What do they care?
Mm-hmm. Why don't you give me a tour of this project you've been working on?
Be more than happy to show you.
Quite frankly, I'm not buying it.
I don't understand what you're not buying, Commander, but I'd be more than happy to show you the holo projectors I'm having installed.
Oh, I'd love to take
Garibaldi
a look at the whole ship.
Garibaldi will lead him on a tour of the entire ship other than the cargo holds.
Would that be a noticeable omission?
Probably. It's not that big a ship.
Are we saving the best for last?
There's nothing important in there, just an empty cargo bay. Plan to install sensor baffles in it eventually to make it look like it's full of medical supplies. You remember the plan, Commander. I figure I would take the ship out tomorrow. Holo projectors are almost done. And I'll go play bait. I'm sure I can figure an appropriate system to go pretend to be bait in.
I would have to say that, well, yeah, actually, and Arif kind of looks away for a second to think, yeah, I'm probably the most lenient commander you'll ever have. And, well, quite frankly, if the prisoners manage to get to the Klingon ship, we can play this off as just a transporter malfunction and a bad repair. But I have a feeling I'm going to find them in there because, well, I don't think you're a murderer.
I didn't
At
kill
least-
anybody. I've been working on the holo projectors.
Then let's go to the cargo bay.
You sure you want to check the cargo bay, Commander?
I do. I am.
Didn't show up as a transporter accident on your monitors upstairs, did it? Then Garibaldi will open the door.
Are they apparent?
Yeah, it's not that big
No.
a ship.
They're not apparent. You don't see them when you enter the cargo bay. Back here, brother, you're quite surprised they're not there either.
John? Well, shoot. And with there being nothing in the cargo bay other than equipment, well, Garibaldi will look. Let me guess, they're not there.
Do you have a tricorder on you by any chance?
Sure. He will pull it out and scan for the corrosions and other transporter beams.
Reason plus also reason security diff 1.
Reason, security, just in case the dice hate me, I'll give you a. What are you doing, computer? And we'll give you the threat for bold. Maybe it'll generate some momentum. Might as well fish. One momentum gained.
Yes, 1 momentum gained. You are not detecting them in the cargo hold.
Are they elsewhere on the ship?
I don't know, you scan the cargo hold.
So scan the rest of the ship. Looking for corrosions and transporter beams, or transporter residue.
You're not detecting any transporter residue, but at least in the cargo hold. Scan the rest of the ship. Let's just call this a reason plus security difficulty 2 flat to get the rest of the ship.
I will gift you with more threat. Just the one. so I can have the reroll, which I need. Whew.
You're not detecting them on the ship and or elsewhere on the ship, and you're not. There are no transporter signals.
Well, as you can see, Commander, our guests are not aboard the ship.
So first you took them and then you lost them.
It does appear to be that way, Commander.
Oh,
Do you want my resignation, or are you planning to court-martial me, sir?
we're just gonna stand there without responding for a little bit.
Hey, can I keep the ship, by the way?
This displeases me. You've certainly given me a difficult conversation.
I understand, Commander.
No, actually, at the moment, you can't keep the ship. However, why don't we beam out together, and I'll be ordering Vogel to keep this ship locked, under guard, and shielded for the time being.
Actually, I have 4 Croatians to find.
Garibaldi,
Sir,
we did track the transporter beam here, and, well, quite frankly, it would be a shame for us to find out that our computer security was so lax that these kind of, well, commands could be implemented by even prisoners.
I'm not sure I follow, Commander. You've got a. Unfortunately, I've caused you a major incident with the Klingons. You are going to have to act.
That's true. I am. Now, let's leave the ship immediately.
After you, sir. But we don't need to transport. The cargo hatches right there. Docking hatches right there.
I'm gonna hit my comm badge and say, Chief, can you beam both myself and Garibaldi directly to ops?
Aye, Commander.
Control engineering difficulty of 2.
Take a threat to momentum. I don't think I need to fish on this one.
So you spent 2, went down to 2. It was div 2. So you gain 5, so you're capped with a float.
I don't see any need for the float, so let's go max at 6.
And you appear on ops.
Sarah, I have a feeling our corrosions are trying to steal or make away with the Orion smuggling ship. Best notify the Klingons of that aspect and transport the rest of them over to the ship immediately.
Aye, sir. Just so I'm clear, you want me to let the Klingons know and then transport them onto that ship?
No, I want the rest of the prisoners transported onto the Klingon ship, so we
Oh.
don't have to worry about them anymore.
Gotcha. Understood, sir. And I'll let the ambassador know that 4 escaped and we're transporting the rest.
Okay. What else are you doing?
Well, I'm going to try to find them. Starting with that ship and then working out section by section until I scan the entire station.
Oh, right. I won't get to spend most of it. Reason plus security or science, difficulty of 3, complication range 2. Assisted by these station sensors plus science or security.
All right. You said diff 3?
Yes. So be div 2.
All right, I'll use 3 of the momentums.
Yeah. Station. 2 momentum gained.
I'll re-roll the miss.
So you're back at full.
Commander, I'm not detecting them anywhere on board the station or that ship.
Have the Klingons responded?
What is the meaning of this, Commander? What do you mean the corrosions have escaped?
Ambassador, my office, if you please. Vogel, you come too.
Aye, sir. And I'll let the ambassador go in first.
I sure as hell won't. Ambassador, it would appear that, at least from what we could determine, there was an embedded program in our transporters that rerouted them to a ship that we had here docked prior. Our scans are showing up nothing aboard the ship. However, I'm perfectly willing to let you, well, quite frankly, search the ship, if, should you not believe me. Uh, Or should you find our scans insufficient?
So what you're telling me is you have no idea where they're at on your station and this ship that they supposedly beamed to.
Not only am I telling you that, Ambassador, but quite frankly, I feel like I've wasted enough time on this today. You do remember I'm trying to evacuate an entire planet, right? And instead of helping, giving me the help that I need, we're sitting here with four huge Vorcha class destroyers that could wonderfully aid that effort in a pissing contest over four people that I quite frankly do not give a damn about. Now, what do you need to make this better so we can get back to what matters?
If you ever find them, you will hand them over to the Klingon and to us immediately. Is that understood?
Of course it is.
Ugh,
Like I
thanks.
said, they are nothing to me.
Storms out.
Uh, After a little bit, I'm gonna turn to Vogel and I'm gonna say, I should have just tried that from the start.
I agree, sir. I think with the ambassador, I think he just wants to be kept in the loop.
Well,
I-
maybe. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think your approach of avoiding him might not be the best approach. We are, after all, dealing with a proud Klingon.
Well, you seem to be making decent headway with him, and after today, he might not be overly partial to me. Why don't you take charge of, well, keeping him in the loop, and I'll take point on the Vorkal Ambassador.
Understood, sir.
Excellent. Uh, um, do me a favor, please. Send Garibaldi in.
Aye, sir. And so I'll exit. I'll stare daggers at Garibaldi, and then I'll motion toward the commander's office.
Understood. Been nice working with you, Commander.
GQ.
Commander.
Sarah's pretty pissed.
Had to try, sir.
I'm not too happy either.
Oh, the Klingons gonna back off?
Garibaldi, or were you gonna say, ignoring the question? Um, I'm, I was supposed to have dinner with Dr. Mountain today. We were finally gonna go get noodles, and well, now due to this, I'm not gonna be able to make it. That being said, we have to reschedule this so many times that I don't feel good about doing that. So, well, I hope you like noodles. You're gonna go to dinner in my place, and for the next 2 weeks, I think I'm gonna keep that your little side project locked down.
going to be hard to find for me to track down those escaped Croatians without a ship, sir.
Well, good
I very
news.
much want to know how they.
Computer
I very
sensors
much
and
want to
stuff.
know how they got. I very much want to know how they got off that ship,
So do I.
off the station.
I'll be sending security teams and engineers in during the next 2 weeks to check it out. But that being said, I don't see any reason at the moment to make any personnel adjustments.
It's your prerogative, Commander. I just would prefer that it did not come back to bite you in the ass, sir. That's my job.
To come back and bite me in the ass?
Well, I am a pain in it.
3,589. That's the amount of people on the station currently. That's how many people you risk tonight.
Almost got away with it.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I almost got away with it.
I know. Maybe next time you'll do better about the almost. But this time, however, oh, so I've essentially handed out my verdict, but I'll say with a smile. Why don't you report to the XO, see if she has anything to add.
As you wish, Commander. Remember, the next time that I caused you difficulty, I did offer you my resignation.
Why would I want that? Arifo looked genuinely puzzled at the question.
3,589 lives, sir.
So you're suggesting I make it 3,588?
Well, it's not like I would die.
Oh, I apologize. That I probably meant to say 87.
But I risked my career and my life to save those four. A Starfleet uniform, I'd have a much freer hand to go find them and find out why.
I'd say the uniform still fits.
As you say, Commander.
Volgo to a reef. I am picking up a short-range subspace transmission coming from Bay 2.
Oh, just send it back. No. What's it say, Commander?
I don't think I got what the transmission. I'm just detecting a transmission
You're
from.
just detecting it. I'm trying to figure out if your role would actually give you the one free question. Studious would give you the free one, but you have to spend a momentum first for Studious to fire.
I don't think I took the XO role. I think I'm still science.
No, yeah, I know. Like, I'm just trying to think if it's information gathering on just the actual like sensor rules and stuff, and like scanning for stuff.
I mean, if the question is, can I obtain information? And it's basically I can obtain information on any role. And how the mechanic works is that I get a bonus momentum, which would then
Right.
fire Studious because of the bonus momentum from the roll. Or from my position, I should say. So if from my position, if it says I get a bonus momentum for a question, then that would fire Studious. Plus, that's how we've always done it.
Usually not for
Always done it.
communication. It's a communication role, though. That's the difference. That's what I'm in question about right now.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not so much like I know what
What
your
is
role
the-
does.
What does the book say?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
I can't remember if it's only for science questions. My book's so far away.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what page it's on. Everything's so scattered. This is like one of those rare moments that you just don't think about it until like, oh wait, that's. I just want to clarify before I literally get you the 2 free questions here.
Here we go.
Succeeds a task assisted by the ship's computers or sensors, or using a tracker, the character generates 1 bonus momentum. It's a communications role, so no, you don't generate the bonus.
So I'll spend 1, and
Yeah.
then that will turn on the Studious.
Yeah, I'll fire out Studious. Yeah, no, yeah, okay. I just want to clarify. I just want to make sure. So, all right.
Yeah, information on communication roles don't come up often.
Yes, I know. That's why I was like, do you get this? Because this is a communications role. So it's just something like you see. It's like, oh wait, this is interesting, and then you're doing more digging. So
It's not like I haven't got momentum for days.
yeah. So yeah, that was the first question. Was you had to spend the momentum because in order to fire off Studious. So if you have a second question, you can now ask the second question.
I think I did. Yeah, I already asked 2. I said,
Okay.
What is the source? And you said from inside the station. And I said, can I pinpoint? And you said Bay 2. So those are my 2 questions.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I got what I need.
All right.
We'll find out where the transmission is directed towards.
That would be a momentum.
Yeah, sure. It is heading toward the Awi sector. And we'd have to pull up the map to know what sector that is. It's a black screen for me. There.
It would help if dynamic lighting wasn't turned on accidentally. Sorry.
1 sector over.
Yep.
Yeah, so that everyone knows what sector that is.
Yeah.
Map is so good, Prex.
Thank you. So many hours making that beautiful map. All right. What else?
Vogel's waiting on orders.
Oh, I basically ready to. I'm ready to order Garibaldi out to get yelled at again.
I guess
Actually,
Garibaldi will.
no. You know what? Today, nope. Sorry to cut you off. Arif's gonna hit his comm badge and say, Arif to Vogel, if you'll please step inside.
Sir.
Commander, our Garibaldi here needs some nebulous discipline. You seem to be make good decisions in that regard, so
And about the transmission, sir?
If it's coming from Dock 2, we'll just flood that Orion ship with the anesthetic gas and see what falls out.
yes, I apologize. I completely mind blanked on that. Uh, do what you can to localize it and, well, seal off what you can.
Understood, sir. And I will find a punishment appropriate to the lieutenant here, sir.
If I'm dismissed, I think I'm going to go down to cargo bay too, Commander.
I believe you've done enough, Lieutenant.
I got a vested interest.
When Vogel gets to the bridge, she'll say, report.
We have a Klingon Negvar class battleship decloaking. They're hailing us.
That would be House Degort. Is my guess.
On screen, a reef to ops as soon as he comes back from his phone call.
Ups to a reef.
Yes. Sorry, I'm back. I missed the last probably minute.
We got a red alert. Klingon battleship decloaked. They're hailing. I called you to ops.
Oh, the goddamn Klingons. Yet more Klingons. I will come out of my office and on screen.
I am Vanna. leader of House Devoke, you are currently holding 4 of my people. I wish for a prisoner exchange.
I assure you, we're not. We've already attempted to give them to House Makvar. They've escaped in the process. We cannot find them. Honestly, this seems to be something between your 2 houses, and if we find them, we'll let you know. But quite frankly, we've already transported all of the other prisoners, so this is an internal matter, and until we have reason, we're going to stay out.
I could care less about the Nausicaans. I want the Croatians.
Okay, well, as I just finished saying, they attempted to escape, and so far it seems that they've been successful, but we're still looking. So if you'll stand by, maybe you can negotiate with the other house for the other prisoners, even if you don't care about them.
I have no
Because,
interest in negotiation with a senile old man.
okay, then you'll just have to wait patiently without having anything to do. So, first things first, I will give you my word, I will take your request under advisement. Now, I can't honor your request without these prisoners anyway, so first thing on my list is I need to find them. Second thing is I will worry about, well, quite frankly, where they go.
Who are you talking to? I'm just kind of
Uh,
I'm confused because you put her on hold.
wait, I did? Oh, no, I told her that she had to patiently wait. I didn't actually put her on hold. I just,
My mistake.
but yeah, I'm being a little cantankerous, or I should say Arif is when he's, um, saying this. It's been a long day, and this is yet another Klingon.
Klingon Ambassador steps on onto into ops. Ah,
What we needed, Arif moments.
what is she still doing alive? How did you escape? Ugh, you're such an ah.
See, this really does seem like an internal matter to me. Arif will muse very, very loudly.
Sorry, this.
Indeed it is, Commander. This is an eternal matter.
Then
Care less for your politics, Takato. You've already stripping my house of its place within the Empire. And you deserved every moment of it. Surrender now, and I will assure you that your death will be swift. And she just kind of rolls her eyes. Commander Reef, I would very much like my people, and then I'll be on my way. In exchange, I'll give you the coordinates to all of the Federation citizens that we took prisoners.
that gets my attention. How big is this battle cruiser?
It's a scale 6. It's a Negvar. It's the size of a Galaxy class.
Are we hideously outmatched at the moment?
Not this. No, they're more or less outmatched, but considering the fact that she's very bold by showing her face right now, I mean,
Okay. Not too much of a visual change, but Arif will muse. How many? Just how many are we talking about?
432.
That's well, by my math, more than 100 to 1 offer. It's actually 108 to 1 offer.
Whatever this ambassador has told you, House de Vogue is quite generous.
Well, I mean, truth be told, and I hope you don't mind, or you don't see this as a comment attempting to besmirch your honor, but I don't really care that much. What I do care about is the 432 Starfleet prisoners.
Federation prisoners. I have taken no Starfleet lives nor prisoners.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought you could give me the coordinates for them.
I will as soon as I get 4 of my family members.
How are they not prison? Should I have said captives?
They are currently on board your station. You said they're loose on your station. Merely a word from you on the assurance they may come out of hiding, and then we can talk about getting your people home as well as mine. Ah! Do not listen to this insolent Bata. Every word she says is nothing but a lie.
Almost comically looking at the ambassador, Arif will almost kind of muse out loud, not really talking to the ambassador, but kind of talking in his direction. And it seems a little strange that I should offer my side first. I mean, anyone can make bold claims.
This is merely a business transaction. I assure you, no harm has befallen your Federation citizens. In fact, we've taken great care of them until we're in a position to hand them back to you.
That's a very elegant language and way to describe kidnapping? Or do you not? You know what? That's an incendiary word. But I'm still just wondering what to call them. I had offered captives
Guests.
last, but
They're merely my guests for the time being.
indentured guests.
I have not asked servitude from them.
Yeah, you do for me.
I'm merely asking a business transaction. I want my people.
And at 108 to 1 deal, I think it's a wonderful transaction, and I'd be
For you,
very happy.
yes. For me, it's priceless.
American Express. Sorry. Arif will look to the ambassador and say, now, is there any way that we can substantiate her claims, do you think?
Ah, what claims?
Oh, for that she's holding 432 Federation personnel captive. Oh, no, sorry, as guests. My apologies. Well, forced guests. Captive guests.
Well, I don't like engaging in acts of piracy. I have taken great ease to ensure that the civilians running your merchant vessels were rescued. If you look through the manifest of all the missing merchant vessels, you would conclude that the number of crew and occupants on board those vessels would equate to 432.
Well, no matter what, step one is find the four. The two of you are doing nothing but distracting me from that, so why don't both of you back off to your corners while well, quite frankly, allow us to even approach step two, and then we'll take it from there. I promise, well, I nope, I'm gonna say I assure you we will keep both of you informed as to our progress every step of the way. But for now, we need to do our jobs.
Ah, do your job, and I will do mine. Pola's communicator.
And that means you too, Ambassador.
Oh no, he's giving orders as he walks out the door. Do find my crew members. I appear to have a problem I have to deal with. She closes the communication.
Turning around to Ops. I'm gonna rub the bridge of my nose for a couple moments. I'm gonna look to the entire ops deck and say, well, we can either start looking for these for the prisoners, or, well, we can all resign, go to brunch, and it can be someone else's problem.
And Vogel will hit the red alert Cax line. Sir, the Klingons are shooting at each other.
Are they either of them shooting at us?
Nope, just each other.
On screen? Sorry, tactically, we've got the station, a bunch of runabouts, and the sentry.
I was just thinking out the view.
Tactically, you only have the sentry and a bunch of runabouts plus the station.
At the moment, I'm content to watch, unless anything more than an accidental ping comes at the station.
I would agree, and Vogel would also get security down to that ship to find these people.
Probably get a cup of coffee or whatnot.
On the view screen, you see 3 more Klingon vessels, Burrell class birds of prey. As the 3 Vortulas are engaging the Negvar, the Burrell start firing upon the 3 Vortula class ships. And I am using fleet combat rules. For this, because I am not going to waste my time doing actual starship combat. Looks like the Negvar easily defends against one of the Sichin Vortulas. They come on, do a feint. The other Vortra is going to engage the Negvar. Negvar is holding their own. Yeah, Garibaldi's not on this in ops currently while this is going on. I'm just going through the one round and then I'm going to head back to you guys on what you want to do. Bird of Prey comes in, does an attack. They were ooh, not good for them. Actually, the Burrells, I think, actually did damage. Might be doing this They get destroyed. And the last one is going to counter the other Burrell that decloaked. Yeah. They get wrecked. And then attack again. And the Vorcha easily destroys the one Burrell. Going back to ops as you're witnessing the battle ensue.
I'm gonna hit my comm badge and a reef to Garibaldi.
Garibaldi made it down to cargo bay 2 yet?
Yeah.
He's going to begin searching for the K people.
You walk in onto the ship and you actually see one of them at one of the consoles. You see your good captain friend there.
Gian, you are causing problems. Garibaldi is pointing a Type 2 phaser at him, by the way. And now he'll respond to Arif.
You said you were trying to help me.
I was.
It seemed like your commander wasn't going along with it. What am I supposed to do?
Look, Commander Arif's a much better person than I am. You never know what he would have done. But now you're not giving me any choice. I gotta let him decide. You got the next great Klingon civil war apparently happening outside the station.
There's always going to be another civil war.
Yeah, you owe me information, Gian. So it's your house engaging in piracy.
Yes, but it's not what you think.
Oh?
We needed the capital to rebuild. House Mordecai and House Oreth took everything from us. On baseless accusations.
Keep going.
Like, I'm not in charge of the rails. Goods are transferred to my ship and I sell them and then I take the money or cash in order to start anew. That's the plan.
And the lives of the Earthian people who don't get the supplies they need.
We've been selling them to other merchants to assure you the supplies are actually going to where they intended. It's just being rerouted.
You got to be honest, Gian. Feeling a little betrayed here. But I'm going to spend the next 50 years on a Federation rehab colony if I don't at least tell the commander where you are.
It's not like I can't beam off the ship anyway.
Not with the shields up. Where are the other three, John?
Failed to check the vents. It's your ship. Surprised how well shielded it is.
It is a smuggling ship. Commander Reef, you get all that?
Good work, GQ.
What do you want me to do, sir?
As he says that, intuitively, would I know if the Negbar's gonna kind of survive this battle?
It's up against 3 Vorcha class ships, which could probably take it out. And the Burrells are not really holding their own, but they're using game tactics to try and whittle one of the Vorchas down. So maybe it could be a
Fair
very
enough.
close fight, but the odds are not in House DeVoe's favor right now.
All right, that's good enough for me. I'm going to respond to Garibaldi by saying, I want you to prepare a repeat performance on the captain of the Negbar ship. It would appear that you are in possession of, or we are in possession of some of her family. Should her ship suffer the worst in this battle, I expect you to be ready to transport her out. And, well, perhaps if we reunite her with her family, she'll reunite us with the 432 Federation prisoners. Both her and the person you're in a room with are keeping captive, and I'm talking loudly.
Understood, sir. You know this. Understood.
And this time, perhaps do it a little better than last time.
I'd respond in my normal way, sir, but I don't want to jinx it.
It's fair. We'll cut the comm. And looking to Sarah, I'll say, what do you think?
Sounds like a solid plan, Commander.
Wanna go maybe 10 strips of platinum on the winner? Or is that a little too callous?
Seeing as they don't pay us much in Starfleet, I think I'm at the pass on that bet.
And here I was just going to chalk it up to station beautification on the reports, but fair enough.
So another round of their combat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Garibaldi's going to kind of motion his captive off in a secure place so he can get to the transporter controls on the Orion ship and see if he can covertly get a transport lock or at least find the captain of that ship so we can follow Reef's orders if things go badly?
I feel like there needs to be battle music.
Is there none in there?
I didn't put one on, so
I think the ambassador's going to lose.
it's possible. All right. Navar went first last time. They're going to disengage. Oh, so close. Brell's gonna swoop for a. Let's get. They have the con thing. Oh, I'm trying to remember. In combat. And they're hovering by the station as they do a feint.
Our shields are up, correct?
Yes, they're passing close to the station.
Okay.
They're going to advance and then attack the Burrell. Right. Does not look like it. There we go. Looks like the war should beat out. And the Burrell is damaged. Going to attempt to repair. Nope. They're fainted, so they're going to attack. Ooh. Hi, nothing happens. And I move in to try and attack again. This time on their second volley, they destroy the other Vorcha. Guys still watching it play out?
Oh, yeah.
Garibaldi is preparing to. It's preparing if things go badly to transport the support or look for them people. They're captured off their brief.
All right, the Vorcha crew is going to attempt an action. I will throw some threat at this, saying they are grossly outnumbered now. Oh yeah, they definitely succeed. And on your sensor scopes, suddenly the Vorcha cloaks away and disappears.
The
Uh,
ambassador seems to have lost his quorum.
you are being hailed.
On screen. Hello.
Apologize, someone at the door. That was the GM. On screen appears Vanna. With that taken, situation dealt with, back to business at hand. You are Commander Reef.
I am.
I believe we have a business transaction.
The ambassador left, correct?
Oh, he did. More likely screaming for reinforcements right now. My time is short. I'm sure more of House Mordecai's ships are on their way.
Okay. I will accept your offer on one condition.
And what is this condition that I have to agree to?
You wait until their reinforcements are within scanner range. Attack my station. And then warp away.
And my people?
Will be sent to you, assuming that they actually get there this time. We've had a problem with that. Yes, your people will be returned. And you will make it look like you took them by force.
She grins. Acceptable. We'll relay the transporter coordinates, and I will discreetly send you the coordinates where you can pick up the survivors. Until next time.
Look forward to it. I'll say, and I'll fill Garibaldi in and send him the coordinates. Or tell him to get them to correct coordinates that they can easily be beamed out.
Sure. Well, you just tell Gion, get your men, get on the transporter pad. Looks like you're going home.
For the sake of time, I won't make you roll for it, but Jan goes, thank you, and maybe we'll see each other again soon. He steps on the transporter pad.
Just do me a favor and maybe convince your owners to quit preying on Federation ships.
I'll do my best.
Might be dangerous considering the Federation knows about you now.
Oh god. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 15. So that's 5. Coming right at you.
She's supposed to make it look like she was attacking the station. Oh, we have problems now.
That's 5 of your shields, though, right? Yeah.
Because we have sturdy construction, we still need a breach at 8.
Right. So yeah, just 5 to your shields. So yeah. Oh no, sorry, 3 to your shields because you need 8.
Well, our resistance is 10. It's just for a breach.
Yeah. I'm getting confused. Yeah, you need 8. So yeah, it's not enough for it to cause a breach. It's just that's what I thought. Yeah, it's just enough to rattle the station pretty good, and you get a little transmission of a set of coordinates, roughly 13 light years from the station, and the 4 individuals are beamed from the Orion pirate ship. As the Negvar and the Burrells warp away.
Well, here's hoping. That doesn't come back to bite us in the ass.
That's the wrong sound effect for this franchise.
I think I rolled. Yeah. The ambassador walks on. Is like, oh, that's cowards running away from a fight. Just as we're about to re-engage them, more of my ships are on the way, Commander Reef. I assure you, we will not stop until they are hunted down.
Well, we'll pass whatever if we see them again, we'll pass whatever information we have, because quite frankly, they just attacked my station, and I'm with you, Ambassador. I'm pretty pissed off.
I assure you, House Mordecai will not rest until these traitors are dealt with.
Good hunting, Ambassador. I'm quite frankly as wound up as I have been in quite some time. I almost wish I could come with you. Or with your ships.
Perhaps.
I'm gonna calm down in my office, Ambassador. If you need anything else, please ask the commander. But I'm just gonna walk away.
I have a busy day ahead of me. Need exits.
Burke, let's see if we can rescue any Klingons that might still be alive in escape pods or clinging to debris.
Let's go reason, science, or medicine difficulty of 2.
Use the momentum.
This is by station's sensors medicine. 4 momentum gained. There are only 17 survivors and escape pods. So the destruction of the 2 Vorchas were swift.
Let's get them transported to sick bay. Dr. Mountain should already be aware of the situation.
Scene change, by the way. Dr. Mountain, I will give you a roll here. Make this an extended task, all right? Treat the 17 Klingons.
17 rolls it is. Very well.
This is going to be a daring plus medicine. Diff 3. Work 17, magnitude 3. Or actually, sorry, magnitude 4. It's a resistance of 1. Yeah, I'll take that.
All right. I'll just front load this and do 3 momentum for 2 extra die.
Okay.
And I get a reroll for cautious.
You do have an advantage.
And I can decrease the difficulty by 1 then.
Okay. So diff 2 gain 4 momentum. So your captain momentum, roll 7 challenge dice for me, please. Currently, that is 4 work.
I will re-roll those 4. The momentum.
Okay.
Better.
8 work being done.
All right. I'll take the breakthrough. Actually, do I get 2 breakthroughs if I get it to 10?
No.
Okay.
8 out of 17 work done, and you have 1 out of 4 of the breakthroughs. Difficulty is base 2, so with your advantage, it'd be difficulty 1.
I'll take a momentum. Can I reroll just 1 of those? Right?
Yeah, it's just 1 with cautious. And into a complication.
Well, I succeeded at least. I'll spend 2 to get rid of that. I don't want to kill anybody.
I was just going to take work away, but okay. 7 challenge dice. Currently, that is 3 work.
Reroll those 3.
Down to 1 momentum. 4 work. Not enough for a breakthrough.
I will take the. Okay. 1 more time. I will take that last momentum. Roll into not a complication this time.
3 momentum gained. Roll 7 challenge dice. That is currently 6 work, which that will actually get you 2 breakthroughs. I completing the work.
The track.
Yes, but you still have to get all the breakthroughs. So you're at 3 out of 4 breakthroughs and full work track.
All right.
Div 0.
Div 0.
Ooh. Well, you get 2 momentum.
I'll spend it on the thing.
So you squashed. You just needed 1 work anyway. But yes, you complete the work track and you managed to patch up all the Klingons and the Ambassador staff thanks you for the hard work as more Klingon vessels enter around DS-17.
We might need to get some more ships around here. Got a steady crowd.
Any roleplay you guys wish to do?
I don't want to see Garibaldi get yelled at.
Anything that anybody wishes to do?
I'm good.
Yeah, me too.
All right. We're fast forwarding to stardate 57224, which is about a couple weeks. Kind of towards the end of duty ship, alpha duty ship. It's been relatively quiet as piracy has died down to practically non-existent levels. Though the Klingons are on force in the area trying to hunt down House Devogue. With no luck.
Have we been able to send out a recon mission to verify the coordinates we were given?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you actually do verify the coordinates, and a Starfleet vessel was able to pick up all 432.
Oh, wasn't that nice that they were telling the truth? That's delightful, actually.
I'm assuming Arif's in his office.
Oh, yes. Love this office.
Sorry, checking something really quick. Burke, go ahead and clear docking bay 3 for the expedition when it gets into land or gets into dock.
Nope, I'm sorry, I'm not.
Yes, ma'am. Anything else you're doing in your office, or you just kind of being nonchalant, letting the crew kind of,
Do I know that if I know the expedition's coming?
did you look at your
Or if it was,
reports?
yeah. Oh yeah, I always look at my reports.
Then yes, the expedition was detected on long range sensors and be arriving at the station right around this time.
Ah, okay. I'll simply shoot a message to Vogel's console, telling her to, uh, meet and greet the expedition and let me know if I'm needed for anything.
And Vogel will just shoot back, understood. Oh, is this before or after the HUD deck? Probably before still.
This is still before the HUD deck.
Okay. And yeah, per the commander's orders, I'll go meet the expedition there.
You arrive at one of the docking blanks, and what did I do with the token? Steps out a few of the expedition crew members, kind of casually walking past you, and then Captain Prax starts talking to one of her officers, and then casually dismiss them, and she goes, oh, Lieutenant. Or Lieutenant Commander now.
Yes, ma'am. The commander wanted me to meet you at the airlock, welcoming you back to 17.
Thank you.
After your successful mission.
She just kind of like raises an eyebrow, like, I guess you could call it that.
I mean, you did send a data dump, so.
Redacted. I'm sure the Admiralty is quite pleasant with our results.
Well, whatever you did, it appears to be working. The Ebon Expanse is a lot more stable. I'll call that a win in my book.
Well, it should be a lot more transversal, and give it a couple decades.
Well, I'll make sure the engineering teams get to work on your ship, make sure everything's all set to go while it's docked. If there's anything else you need, let me know. I'm sure you have a stop to make.
I do. I hope everything's been going okay.
Well, we've had run-ins with some Klingons. I think they're on the brink of a civil war again, but what else is new?
Oh. Klingon Civil Wars are a dime a dozen.
Oh, and if you're looking for Garibaldi, he's currently on temporary assignment in the mess hall on Dock 92. On Deck 92.
Oh, well, I hope my daughter hasn't been too much of an inconvenience for him. I guess I'll go check out the mess hall.
Again, welcome to 17, ma'am.
Thank you,
And go
Commander.
ahead, back tops.
Is Garibaldi at the mess hall?
I don't know. Is this his time? He's supposed to be there.
Probably. Definitely gave you 12 hours a day of mess hall duty.
He would have asked for that to be reduced. He's babysitting for a friend.
Yeah, 8 hours. Normal duty shift then.
That we know that Garibaldi has told nobody whose child that is. Just a visitor from the homeworld. All he's told anybody.
She'll clarify the location using one of the panels of location for Lieutenant Garibaldi.
I'm going to save Garibaldi some embarrassment and say that this is not his 8 hours this day, and so he is in his quarters caring for Prax's child. Probably
High or
playing
low?
a Star Trek version of Jumba or Jinga or something.
High or low?
Low.
Okay, your quarters is not a mess.
Hey, Garibaldi's got the diligent trait. His quarters are never a mess.
Say that when there's a 6-year-old.
I would say it would be easy.
Yeah, there's a chime at your door, which I seem to lost the chime again.
Beep 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 beep.
Doo doo doo. And immediately, as you're playing Jenga, Kesri rushes over and embraces her mom.
Welcome back, Captain.
Thank you, Lieutenant, and thank you for watching over her.
It was a pleasure.
Hope she wasn't too much of a bothersome. Seems like you had an interesting few weeks.
Yeah, she's a good kid. It's actually a minor miracle that I'm still in Starfleet, though.
I'm surprised I am as well, though I don't think Command would want to get some information out as it is. I have gotten a couple weeks advanced vacation time. I'm heading to Trill. Are you interested?
I haven't been home in a long time. I'm definitely interested.
There's a certain clinic I would like to visit. You might find it interesting.
It would. Should it be just us, or should I bring the other little one with us?
It'll just be just us. Plus, I promise someone's grandparents they would get to meet you. She kind of looks to Kesri. And she just kind of looks confused for a moment.
Definitely in, Captain. I could use some leave. Chow hall duty really sucks. So
Well,
many dishes.
I'll let you catch some breath, and I'm gonna catch up with my daughter.
That
You
sounds
sh-
like an excellent idea, Captain. Let me know when you're ready to leave.
We'll be shipping out tomorrow morning.
We taking the expedition?
The expedition is gonna drop us off. I've arranged some time on Ryza for them. Kind of earned it, really.
I bet they'll appreciate that. I'll be ready when you are, Captain.
I'll have the guest quarters scheduled for you.
Thank you, man.
And
And for you, thank you for the visit. Maybe we'll
And-
get more opportunities to play Jenga.
she walks up and pulls a piece out. Your turn. She rushes over to grab her bags. After a moment of the, casual chit chat, and they eventually leave.
Yeah. Garibaldi is is Vogel on duty at this point of the day?
If it's second shift, probably not, since things have calmed down a bit.
Probably will avoid then. I guess he'll call her. He'll hit his comm badge and call to Garibaldi, Commander Vogel.
Go ahead.
Commander, if you don't mind putting your XO hat on for another minute, I need a couple weeks personal leave, man. I get a opportunity to hitch a ride home on the expedition.
That's fine. You'll serve out the rest of your punishment when you get back.
Appreciate it, Commander.
Do try to stay out of trouble.
No promises. You wouldn't believe me if I gave you one.
All I can really tell you, Garibaldi, is there's eventually going to come a point where we can't cover for you anymore.
Honestly, I suggested to the commander that he didn't cover for me this time. Sometimes you gamble. Sometimes you make bad choices. They don't pay off.
Just steer clear of any Klingon separatist groups, please.
I'm fairly certain there aren't any of those on Trill. By the way, while I'm gone, I got a pretty good hollow novel that I was going to work on, but it's called Dr. X. I'll send it to you. You should give it a try. Let me know what you think.
I barely have personal time as it is. When am I going to find time to do a hollow novel?
I should make time. Maybe take the commander and the doctor along and have make a day of it. I mean, y'all need a break from dealing with me.
Dealing with you is a full-time job. I'll consider this part of my vacation, you not being on the station.
You're welcome.
And she'll just kind of chuckle at that. Is there anything else, or can I take my exo hat off?
You can take your exo hat off, sir. Appreciate the leave.
Yep.
And you have a good night, ma'am.
Enjoy, Trill.
Always enjoy going home.
Anything else anybody wishes to do?
Yeah, I think I'm good.
With that, we will bring the session to a close next week.